¿Me escucháis? Sí. Vale. A ver que no haya feedback y bueno, y si haya que con efectos. Más la presentación es un poco so I'm going to present myself to the community more than anything else, okay? That was a little bit the idea. I just improvised this morning and like I said a little bit of who I am and mostly asking for feedback to you guys. Okay, so the thing goes as I wanted to be a DJ, right? That's what started everything. Um, I was fascinated with moving images and moving images that react to sound. Basically, that was the thing. And I was good with computers, so uh, yeah, I studied in Granada in south of Spain. There was the opportunity to VJ a little bit, so I started to chop videos. I don't know if you remember Disney movies. There was this skeleton dancing thing and some of that. So I started to chunk it and then try to feed them, to make them fit to the music and to make those skeleton dance to the music that the DJ was playing, which was almost impossible. So then technology came. Resolume had the option to play Flash files inside, so I started to learn code, and yeah, that's something triggered. Like John Maeda used to say that if like when you start to code, it's like when a cucumber becomes a pickle. There's no way back. No, there's no. That's it. Yeah, so I started to work on some nice projects with that idea of making videos that were fixed and making them fit with the music. That's Moderate, for example. And yeah, I moved to Berlin. I started to create visuals. I worked for creative agencies, and I went deep into code as much as I could. And I started to create real-time generated visuals, and that was like for me at the time like the best that you could do. You know, like touch designer, this kind of stuff. And I was very lucky. I could work on big projects, and then I was also not very lucky because of big projects, and I burned out. And like, for example, this was the last project that I did with agencies. There was a robot DJ inside of a cruise ship. So there's no reason for that thing to exist, and it was just very hard to do, and yeah. And that brings me here now. I moved here and I started to see what's going on in Barcelona with real-time visuals and what's happening. I discovered the Top Lab, and I really like what you all guys do, and I'm trying to learn as well and to find how can I express myself and how to fit in this community, right? The other day I was with Leon, for example, and we started to do in Touch Designer like a template for live coding, and we were talking about, yeah, like me personally, I had many questions for the community. So I expect a little bit of feedback. I know that you're all guys very relaxed right now, and it's fine. Let's try to interact. And the questions are not basically about how to do visuals. That part is fine. It's more about the medium, the medium itself, how live coding works, why, what is interesting for you guys to show on the screen, what is the audience expecting. Um, I used to just have the visuals per se, and what's happening behind was just interesting for me, but not for the audience. So most of the questions are related to that. And I'm going to try to play a game with you guys. So I'm going to do like a left and right question, and then maybe you can answer them. So that's a easy one. If anyone wants to answer. Yes. Num Jump Fake. Good. Andy Warhol. Okay. Doesn't matter. So for example, that's my main question. We were like I said, we were talking about like the environment I use a lot for many other things as touch designer, but it's not meant for live coding, right? It has another structure. So um, how do you feel about creating a live coded show where you just place nodes in the space and put them together and moving faders around, but there's no code at all shown? That would be like the left option, the most radical, or like a regular, like you've seen or you used to. Do you see one better than the other? Do you see both fitting? Do you have an opinion at all? Right. Okay. Right. 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 What did you like about that? Like about the node-based environment? There was something. Right. Yeah. Cool. Right. Yeah. 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 Right. Exactly. You can organize your code very. Yeah. That's very good idea. That's very good feedback. Yeah. Mm. 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 Yeah. I see your point. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Proficient. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you should not forget that it's a performance, right? Like what you're doing is, yeah, making things interesting. So if you are looking around for functions or whatever or nodes, then the performance aspect drops, right? Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, 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 right. Yeah, that's good. Uh, then the rest of the questions are no. Um, I guess also we talk about that a little bit, but like if you have to choose between code that the audience understand or code that you write very quick and you can make things happen very quick, you will go for a mix of the two, I guess. You don't have to choose, but is it very important for the audience to understand what the code is doing? Is that something very like is in your mind when you're live coding? How about the rest? Yeah, true. Always, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm, yeah. Mm, okay, I see. Mm, right, 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 right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the connection with the audience, because at the end is what I'm seeing right now is like any other performance. You are connecting to the audience with the audience, and then you're showing them what you do. They expect and they learn from you. So what are you saying? Like the second time you type times two, they will they don't need to see it anymore when the music is twice as fast, right? They already got that and they can see in their mind, okay, that was a times two. So does that make sense what I said? Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
there's a lot again there. No, sorry. I'm going to put this, let this micro here for the audience. Somehow we decided to stream, and it's just everyone can hear you.
It was a difficult one. I know. I understand that it's a question of style. It's a personal question. So that's my last one. That's it. I'll just do it and don't think too much. And thank you for the feedback.
Okay, I'll try and be quick, but I'm going to. Hang on. Now I'm confused. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, so basically, I can't. Yeah, I seem to have OBS loaded twice and getting very confused. Yes, duplicating my screen doesn't work, so I'm trying to share it on OBS, but then, yeah. Screen share. Okay. I didn't catch. Right, yeah, so I was going to talk about alignment in Tidor, because I think it's a nice, oh, there we are, nice thing to think about. Okay, so maybe you can see that just about. Right. So basically, in Tidal and Strudel, everything's like based on the cycle at the moment. And so when you add two things together, two like sequences that are within cycles, there's a lot of options about what happens. So what happens when you add the sequence 1, 2, 3 to the sequence 10, 20? Let's try and strudel. Doesn't want to load. Okay. I could do it in Tidal instead, but it's a bit clearer. Right. Okay. Right. So let's say start with the piano and what do we say? 1, 2, 3, add 10, 20. And what's your favorite scale? Let's try Richardson. It's not worked. I forgot to put a dot here, I think. Still not worked. Does anyone know strudel here? Why is that not working? Oh, I forgot to add. Okay. Need to add inside there. Nope. You wrote this thing. Oh, I forgot the root note. Okay. So I think I have to put C. Okay. So yeah, so it's adding 1, 2, 3 to 10, 20. By doing that, it's lining them up by cycle. So the 10, 20 beats end up longer than the 1, 2, 3 beats, because there's 3 1, 2, 3s and there's 2 10, 20s, and then it is doing this. So the default is this in. Maybe it's easier to start with mix, so let's do that. Let's mix them together. So I'm not sure how well this will come up on the stream. Maybe my laptop its own microphone. Oh. Okay. That will probably break my OBS though. I can try. Let's see what happens. Yeah, where's OBS gone? Oh wow. So with this first version, you end up with this 11, 12, 22, 23. So you end up with 4 things sounding. Is that clear why that's adding up? So 1 plus 10, 2 plus 10, 2 plus 20, 3 plus 20, 11, 12, 22, 23. but the default with tidal and strudel is for the structure to come from the left. And what that means is that you end up with 3 notes. And that's because it's lining up the 1, 2, 3 in the 10, 20, and the 10 and the 20 are being added into the 1, 2, 3. So the 22 is still here, you just don't hear it. The 10 is into the 1, which is quite simple because the 10 is longer than the 1. But the 10 also part of it gets added into the 2. So you end up, half the 2 gets added to the 10, half the 2 gets added to the 20. But the half that's added to the 20 is like the second half of a note. And you don't hear the second half of a note because it doesn't have a start. If you have a fragment of a note and it starts and hasn't got an onset, then you don't hear it. Does that kind of make sense? Just because of in Superda or in Strudel, it just discards notes that don't have an onset because it's all about triggering sounds. And so if you don't trigger a sound, you don't hear it. But it's still kind of there. So you end up just hearing those 3 sounds. But it is still there. Like if I did struct T, 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 T. You can hear that 22 again. Because we've given it an onset again by restructuring it according to another pattern. It's a bit weird. There's these notes which they have an identity, but when they're sent to they're not sent to the synthesizer because they don't have an onset. So what happens if we add out? So we're taking these numbers out of their structure and put them into this structure. The 3 is just being ignored, it's not being played. So if we look at this, we can see for the out thing, you still end up with 4 events, but now 2 of them are thrown away because you're adding the 1 into the 10, that's kept. You're adding the 2 into the 10, but you end up with the last third of that 10, and it doesn't have an onset, so it's thrown away. And then the 2 gets added to the 20, end up with 22, that's played. The 3 gets added into the 20, but you end up with the last 2/3 of a sound. And even though it's bigger than the first half, you only hear the first third. You only hear that first third because that's the one that's got the trigger at the start. So when people say the structure comes from the left or the structure comes from the right, what they're really saying is that the kind of event, the number of events are the same, the kind of shape of them are the same, but this bit thinks that it's part of a bigger event that lasts a third of a cycle, but it's only the first half of it. Yeah, it gets a bit confusing actually and hard to talk about, but there is a logic to it. So that's kind of 3 ways of combining just adding 2 sets of numbers together already. Normally in computing you only need 1, so this is quite confusing. And there's more. So here I might not actually add 10 and 20 because they don't sound that nice. Let's just add 3 and let's say 4 and 5. Sounds a bit nicer. So let's go back to mix. Yeah, that's nicer. So, any questions at this point? Is this making sense? Anything I can help make it clearer? Hmm? Mm. Yeah. 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 Okay. Um, yeah, in this case, yeah. Yeah. No. When you're so we're talking about this one, are we? Where you only hear 2 sounds. This out. Is that right? And we've gone to 4 and 5 just because it sounds nicer, but maybe we go back to 10, 20 to make it less confusing. So so the first thing is that everything fits in a cycle. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So each is a third of a cycle. But here there's like 10 and 20, and there's only 2 things that are in half a cycle. And I want to use the out thing, so I'm like taking these and adding them into these 2. So if we just think about this 1 being added into here, making and that makes 11. I've kind of split it like this, but it does think that it's still half. It lasts half. So it's like it knows that it's an event that should last half a cycle, but it's just a fragment of it. It's only like 2/3 of that half of a cycle. So you've got so because you've got the 10, which is half a cycle, and you've got 1, which is a third of a cycle. You're adding them together. In order to do that, you want to keep. You end up with an event that thinks it's half a cycle long, but only 2/3 of it, or a third of a cycle. So it's like you're saying you're adding the 1 into it, so it's got it knows that the event is half of a cycle. You've got a fragment of it, but that's what it's a fragment of. So this is the duration of the event, but this is like the active part of it as far as the pattern is concerned. So in terms of the amount of space it's taking up, when it comes to synthesizing it, it thinks it's half a cycle long, which you can hear with this, I think. like if we do in, it's a bit hard to hear, but it is actually synthesizing them so they last a third of a cycle rather than a half. Yeah, hopefully it makes some sense. Yes.
So for me, what makes sense to explain it is that each part of the cycle has some triggers. And if your structure is 3, then you only have 3 triggers. Even if you have 4 events, you only have 3 triggers.
Yeah.
And the
That's
second
right.
trigger doesn't happen until the third event, so you won't hear the second one. If that's the way I'm always thinking of it.
Yeah.
Is that like it's there, but you already missed your chance, so you have to
Yeah.
wait the next trigger. And
Yeah.
then it's already in the realm of the next event.
That's right. So I also said there's like squeeze. So if I did squeeze in, let's have bigger numbers. Get the idea? That's a good idea. It's still adding them, so if we look at what's happening, it's like taking 10 and 20, and instead of lining up the cycles, what it's actually doing is lining up each cycle with each event here. So the 10 and 20 get lined up with a 1, and so you get 11, 21. Yeah, so it's like doing a kind of arpeggio or something. So you can see this is repeating once for each event. And it'll do that if I like. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So that's squeezing each cycle here into each event here. And you can also do out. So try and imagine what's going to happen now. Does that make sense? So it's like squeezing each cycle from here into each event here. So I could make this more complex as well. I think that's how you do that. So I could also do this with like, that can work. Let's try this. Done that wrong, I think. Okay. So it doesn't have to be for musical notes. You could do this sort of thing. Oh, that's, yeah, I'm writing tidal code now by mistake. Oh yeah, you have to stay at 60 BPM with Splice at the moment. So I could do add. Oop. And play with that, this sort of thing. Maybe that's too fast there. Well, there's probably more possibilities of that. So yeah, basically you can do this in Tidal as well. So instead of so for just normal mix, you just do plus. For in, you do the bar on that side. For out, you do the bar on this side. For squeeze, you just do 2 bars. I think there isn't squeeze out yet, actually. Maybe there is. Right, so just to finish, because I think I'm probably overrunning, am I? Okay, I'll try and... All right, I'll just... so in the new version of Tidal, version 2, there's also going to be a whole thing which isn't actually about cycles, but is about beats. And that opens up a whole new world of possibilities, inspired by a lot of things, but yeah, there's a forum topic on here. Yeah, so there's lots of different ways you can align things with beats, like in typography. Like if you had AB 1 2 3 W X Y Z, you could stick questions to the right. You could truncate them to the left or to the right, or truncate the longest, or repeat the first common multiple, like a polymeter. Center them, pad them, etc. This kind of thing is sort of working in version 2, to the extent that version 2 is working. And this is, yeah, you see this kind of thing in CSS and stuff. And yeah, Raphael Bastide made a nice thing for like exploring rhythms in CSS alignment, which is nice. So that's a whole other thing. And yeah, so that opens up just a whole world of different ways of aligning things. So yeah, very exciting. So yeah, I encourage you to look into alignment when making your patterns, wherever they are.
Now that I finally understand how there is added in Python, you're going to change it all.
No, it's just going to be an extra. Yeah, everything will stay the same. There'll be a whole other data type for sequences. So don't worry. That's it. Thank you.
music instruments, the idea of the embodiment is like with the acoustic instrument, when you play an instrument and you can express things and somehow you can feel the instrument as being kind of part of your body. And when you are doing live coding, the question is like, is there an instrument, and what can you, what is the instrument? Is it like, is the computer the instrument, but in the end you are mainly manipulating symbols? So does it make sense to consider the computer as the instrument, or is it what you are creating with those symbols, the instrument you're playing? Or is it even an instrument in the sense, is there a sort of like control you have, or it's something more that has a life on its own, like a collaborator or something like that? So one thing, now I'm trying to put this into simple words also because you are all more or less live coders here, so I think we can go quite straightforward. I was talking with Ivan before, and I was sharing this feeling I have, which is often when I approach a live coding environment, there is a first experience with the environment where you have a lot of surprises because you're not familiar with its functioning, and everything you do leads to some kind of unexpected things. And then the more you learn to use it, you develop this kind of thing that I would call an embodiment, that, to make a reference from this paper by Ballman, where she talks about the embodiment of code, I would say that somehow when you have an embodiment with your live coding system, it means you start to have the ability to predict what is going to happen even before you run the code, because you did it multiple times, and at this point you can just you can just like know what is going to happen. And so in a way I was interested in keeping this possibility of being surprised even while you were becoming more and more familiar with it. And so I started to look into adaptive system, which in a way it's a system that is able to observe its behavior and somehow to adapt to a certain extent to some changes. And so the idea, like, I did a lot of experiments in this, and this is something that is still ongoing. One first thing was to give the algorithm, the software, the ability to reconfigure itself by observing its own state, for example. And then moving on, since I was very interested into synthesis and sound creation, to get into adaptive sound processing, which it's basically something here, maybe there should be a graph. So it's the idea, for example, of creating a sound that takes another input sounds and extracts some characteristic from it and maps it from the way it's processing or synthesizing the sound. So just to give a very simple example, a compressor in sidechain mode is basically an adaptive process. Like, you are taking the amplitude of one sound and you're applying it to another sound. Or a phase vocoder, for example, would do a similar thing with the spectral content of one sound. And so I don't know at this point if I should just play to you some of the sounds I did, or I could also, maybe I would like to do that and then just briefly show some of the output more on an artistic level that I've been working on also with other people. And so when I started this project with this master, my initial idea was to develop a super collider quark. And then basically, the more I was getting into it, the more I realized that it was more useful to think about this more as a sort of way of approaching sound and a compositional, improvisational framework rather than really to build a library. because I don't have a huge. I'm not. I never studied like computer science. I mainly have an artistic background, and also because the more I was studying the work of other people in Super Collider, the more I realized that this idea was already possible with, especially now I'm mainly using the GitLib. So this is like I redid this thing, rewrote it like a lot of times, and basically each time I was using less and less things because I found out that there were already things that were doing this stuff. But somehow nobody, yeah, probably somebody was, but most of the times it was not using the way I was interested into. So yeah, so now this consists in a very simple startup file that kind of sets the server and then loads a pool of sound process that are basically some NDEFs with then the specification for each parameter, which is basically setting the range of each parameter. And then these are like loaded on the server without running, so they are not using like the power. You can put like 1,000s of these here and they will just be activated when you play them. And so for example, I have some of these things, and now I'm just going to, maybe I can do like this. Move some of this stuff. So for example, this is one sound. This is the GUI that you have when you create an NDEF. And this is the sound that is playing, and some parameters in it. And basically there is this parameter here which is in, and each of these sounds has a part which is basically a machine listening part that is extracting this characteristic from another sound and is using them to control itself. So I can set the in parameter here to monitor another sound. So now I will play this other sound, and yeah, so this is the other sound. And now when I do this, the in parameters is set to the other sound. I can also do the opposite. So these two sounds are now basically listening to each other. Play all of them, so it will be So I don't know if you could hear it, but somehow when I was changing some things, the idea is to create a sort of network between all these sounds. Now, usually when I play with this, I don't use the GUI, but I morph between some presets that I make beforehand. But the interesting things for this is that somehow you know how it's gonna sound, but it's always kind of influencing each other, creating a quite complex soundscape. And then, aside from these, I've experimented with other stuff, which can be basically to use other NDEF. So, for example, I could have something like this sound and control, for example, this parameter. You could write something like map it to another node that could, for example, be a simple modulator that does something like this. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. This one. Yeah, I need to wrap this into a function. And so now this modulator is changing this parameter. But then what's also interesting, maybe, but then what is also interesting is that you can actually route, instead of using a modulator, you can have something that is reading from another. So for example, I can use the amplitude of one of the other sound to control the same parameter. Something like this. And now if I not sure if this is really working. Yeah, because I have to yeah, because I have to specify so before I don't know, I had but it worked. So I don't know, maybe this sounds a bit like yeah, okay, whatever, but so because I kind of connect with that, I want to show more some of the works that I did that maybe can explain a bit more like how this can be used to make something that is not just and so the first work I did with this, I will be quick because I think there's not so much time, but was presented at the Ljubljana at the farm workshop, and at that time I was actually using Tidal because somehow I was thinking like when you work with Tidal or these other environments, you trigger an event, then after the event is triggered, it cannot really change what's going to happen in the event. Like if you start to play a sample, it's going to last for that time, but you lose the ability to change what's going to happen after the sample it starts to play. So my idea was like, what if I can create some events that using this idea of looking at other sounds can have a much more unpredictable unfolding once they're triggered. And so this was a bit yeah. So the idea was to have can go a bit far where there is yeah. There was this parameter here called observe, which was basically really the first thing I tried out, and musically there were some interesting things, but then I realized that somehow I wanted to have a more detailed control, and that's why I started developing this thing in Super Collider. But then actually I think the most interesting result of this approach emerged when I started to work with other people doing more collaborative works. And so the first one was presented at the last ICRC.
And we start with Francesco Riccardo.
This is Timo announcing the performance. And it was basically a collaborative set where each one of us was having this kind of machine listening part, but it was spread across multiple computers that were then connected with physical audio cables. And so this was creating a very interesting new, in a way of performing where the sound that you're producing is directly changing the sound that the other people are producing and vice versa. And these changes compared to other techniques, really the interplay between the performers, because you can, even if you're not doing anything, someone else can change what your sound is doing just by creating sound. And also the other interesting part was that by designing these sounds in the first place, you were already thinking about how should they interact, because you were kind of deciding what the other sound, and so the other performers could have changed in your sound while you were designing your instrument or system. In this case, Riccardo, which is this person here, was making these sounds, and I was creating this kind of tails coming from the sound, and Julia was basically taking my tails and creating even longer tails, and then I was taking her tails and adding them back to my tails. So it was creating quite a complex feedback system where if he would stop to play, there would still be echoes of what he was doing, maybe for even 40 seconds, and stuff like that. And in this case, like, is this still live coding? Yeah, in a way, yes. I think the way I like to think about it is that by changing what sounds you were monitoring, you are kind of creating a different changes in this kind of network of relationship between you. And yeah, and then everyone was using like live coding environments. Then I have another audio example which maybe is a bit more clear, where basically we were doing some kind of exchanges of more now in this sound example, basically each performer is hard panned, so some sounds are all coming from the left, some are all coming from the right, and some are panned halfway, and so this could give an idea of who is making what. so in this example, I was using some of these synthetic processes, and another person was using a concatenative resynthesis algorithm done with Flucoma, and another person was using a rave model, which is like a neural synthesis model that imitates some sound. So the idea was really to experiment with this idea of how can sound adapt to each other and imitate each other, and how this can create a sort of expansion of the ability of a performer to have an interplay. And okay, now I will show the last thing because I think it's time's kind of up. Which is the last work I did with this was live coder and also cello player Dan Gorelik, and he was playing with a feedback-based cello, and I was using these sounds as a way of capturing his own sound and yeah, create this kind of interaction that I already kind of talked about. But here the interesting thing was also that we attached a transducer to the body of his cello so that I could also play my sound, making the body of the cello vibrate. And so this was creating another layer of feedback where my own sound were making the cello resonate, and also the microphone in the cello was also capturing the space to a certain extent. So like for me, it's like the main goal of having this kind of, like, the way I approached this project was also because I think that now there are a lot of projects that talks about, for example, artificial intelligence in music improvisation. And for me, as a musician that I've always been improvising with other people, I feel that when you are improvising with other people, you are creating a sort of big entity that goes beyond your individual thing. And so I'm interested into creating, into, let's say, changing this vision of what can be, what can create some kind of intelligent, you could call it, behavior, but not really having the model of the human as a thing to, let's say, emulate. Like, for example, taking data from what a person would do and train something, but rather to think of the whole ensemble as one single entity, and to have this technology to, let's say, improve the way you are connected with others, rather than, for example, trying to create an artificial agent that is kind of a bit separated from you. And but this is like a personal thing I've been interested into, and this is a bit the direction that I would like this to go. And yeah, I think that's it, more or less.
Next, and now, I think now we have more or less sound.
Iba a empezar a... Tenemos cerveza en la nevera a €1 y 3 si quieres. Por si os apetece.
Yeah. There's also water for people that want water.
And there's also beer if you want
And there's
anything.
also beer if you want beer. That's it.
Okay, next person is Glenn. We have been live coding the streaming a bit. We had some technical problems, but more or less it's working. Please remember, well, there's beer. As Lina said, it's the you can check the, it's €1 the can, and 2 for the fancy ones. Just put it on the on the container, on the proper container. And I let you go, Glenn. Also, if there are questions, please use this microphone so also the audience can more or less understand. We have people saying hello from Paris and Argentina and other places. And also it's a way of have a sort of archive. So we can just, so when we get old, there is a place when we can say like, look, we were young and back then, and we were in Barcelona. Okay, I stop talking and I will let this microphone here.
So how you been? What have you been up to?
It's hard to summarize. Like, this needs to be like, if I'd say you yesterday.
Ah, ok. No, todavía no estoy. No estoy.
So it's kind of like the old kind of very community based on people that you physically get together with. That's kind of going away. That's kind of why I guess. Oh yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That kind of changing direction of the slice.
We cannot have like half an hour more delay.
I don't know. So it'll be accented bits where like kind of I'll have some bits where we show responses. It's just like
Yeah.
it's good for but I don't really mind interesting style like yeah, right now, all these things we just said, I was kind of like, anytime anyone broke it up, if you guys can like, worry about it. It's a bit of I wasn't engaging with that idea. Oh, my cousin, everyone's like, I would be in pressure place, yeah. I expect to be.
I think I'm pretty much ready to start whenever here, so. Yeah, talking and work your way through it. Yeah, see? Ahora. Okay. So, hey, hi there. I'm Glenn Fraser, and starting. Get your beers and come in. So I'm Glenn Fraser, and I live here in Barcelona for quite a while, 15 years. I'm from Canada originally, and I've been part of the Barcelona laptop. Sorry, the Top Lap Barcelona. I keep getting mixed up. I used to be part of Barcelona Laptop Orchestra, and now it's Top Lap Barcelona. Just drop the orchestra part and switch the order. And then, so I'm kind of outside my comfort zone here. So what I'm going to try and do, last night, I wasn't supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be working in Canada. I had a flight scheduled for Thursday, and things changed. Things got canceled and stuff. So I'm happy to be able to be here for the conference and take part in things. But I didn't have anything prepared or wasn't, planning to perform or anything, except for the from scratch, of course. And so last night, Lena was saying, "Aren't you going to do something tomorrow? We have all these slots open. Aren't you going to do something? People will be interested in hearing something." It's like, well, I don't know what to do. So I don't have anything prepared. So this is like completely. When I say completely unprepared, it's as unprepared as I can be, which is quite a bit because I'm someone who likes to prepare ahead of time and be ready, and I'm not comfortable when I'm not prepared. So. So my idea is, the other thing we do, of course, most of you know now in Barcelona, the from scratch idea is very much ingrained. It's something we really do. I know in Mexico they do it, and here, and maybe some other places are starting to do it, like Ljubljana and so on. But, so that's sort of my philosophy here. It's not quite, blank screen. I had some ideas today. I was crazily trying to just think about things. So my idea is to do sort of from scratch presentation. So basically what I like to do is and another thing we were talking about in some of the conversations at the restaurant a couple of days ago was that the idea of things we could do differently for from scratch here, with different ideas. And one of the ideas we had talking to Ambar and Lena and different people on Thursday night was we should do things with some restrictions, put restrictions on people, or maybe do something I don't know if you guys are familiar with theater sports where you have improvisation, like theatrical improvisation. People go on a stage, and then maybe the audience shouts out, "Okay, you're in a bar and you forgot your wallet," and go. And then someone has to go on stage and start doing something. And then at some point, maybe they'll say, there's all these different games people can play where you switch things. And they'll say, "Okay, someone else comes in," or something. So I'm not quite doing that, but I would like to have it be sort of that way. I don't know what to do, so I want you to tell me what you want me to do, basically. So that's the idea. So what Lena said as a starting prompt last night, she said, well, just talk about things you've done. You have a really interesting life, or you've done some interesting things, and talk about those. So that's one thing I could talk about is some projects I've been involved in before, that's where I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable talking about myself, and I'm not into this whole, it makes it sound like it's me talking about me. So, but if that's interesting, I can talk about stuff. I've got some things organized for that. Of course, I've developed, over the last few years, when I started getting into live coding about 4 years ago, just before the pandemic. And the other thing is, if I'm speaking too fast, just let me know, because I have a tendency to speed up. So I'll slow down. So I got, to go back a bit more to the history, my first live coding was 10 years ago in 2013, just about a year after I started learning Super Collider. And I was actually at New here where we did the from scratch on Thursday night. And so I was more or less, I don't know, a year or so, or half a year into Super Collider. And I did something just with sine waves and all that stuff. I thought I'll limit myself to just using sines for everything. So I had some stuff with NDEFs and patterns that were also based on sines going up and down. And I had some, so it was a half-hour set or something. And after that, I sort of felt I'd gotten it out of my system. I'd done something really difficult for me and really outside my comfort zone. But I thought, okay, that's good. I've done that. It's like a lot of things in my life. I like to put myself in a place, I don't like it, but where I'm uncomfortable and I do something I don't want to do. But then when I do it, of course, it makes me feel better, because if you don't do it, you're just like, I really want to perform, or I really want to do something. I kind of have that urge, but you're so anxious about stuff and so on. So anyway, so I did that, and then I didn't do anything more for a long time. I was doing work stuff, and I can talk a bit about my work, which is probably interesting. I know some of you have asked about that. And then about whatever, 2018, I found out about this Top Lap thing. I went to one of the algo raves, and I know Roger from past 10 years roughly, doing various projects together and so on. And so 2018 and 2019, I did a workshop with Lena and Ivan on tidal cycles, and then a month later, Alex came and gave a more intermediate or advanced workshop, and I really got into it like super. This is basically, I think the theme of this non-talk, would be basically the same thing Lena was talking about on yesterday, right? On your talk was yesterday. Basically, just going through her obsession with these animated dancing videos or films from the past, animated Disney films from the past, and then just going into that in detail. I think that's probably something most of us have in common, people who are into not just live coding, but computer people or music people or creative people in general. I think that's what we do. We kind of tend to, go down the rabbit hole, as we use this expression all the time, like just go obsess about something, go really deep, and get distracted and forget all the other things you're supposed to be doing in your life. And then maybe for you or not, but for me, my interest shifts, and maybe depending how deep and how, like some things last a month or two, but usually my interest shifts, I move on to something else, and I go, okay, now I'm really curious about something else. Or you hit a web link and you go, oh, that's really cool. Or you hear about some question on the algorithmic Barcelona Telegram channel is also a huge thing for me. That's like, people are always asking questions, or they're sending links to things, and it's like, that's like just for me really, that makes me go down lots of rabbit holes on my own. Sometimes it's like to answer a question. If someone has a question about SuperCollider, it's fun to then you go into I kind of know how it works, but let's quickly look for the answer. It's not a competitive thing, but it's fun to try and find something and help somebody. So anyway, now I'm trying to think where I was going with that, but I had a point there. Anyway, so it's 2019, live tidal cycles, and then I started really getting to that, and then I just because that's the live coder thing to do, I decided I wanted to make my own, of course, version of things, my own tools, and so that's what I started doing. I wanted to do not redo tidal cycles in SuperCollider, but I wanted to take the things I really loved, especially the mini notation, the pattern notation, and make that possible for me to use with the patterns, the PDEFs or P-binds in SuperCollider. So that's what I started working on that, and I came into this thing I call Bacalao, which is basically it's just SuperCollider, but it's like my own personal set of live coding. That's what the fish is here in the background here. If I just get rid of this for a second. Why is this not working? Hey. Oh yeah. I didn't hear the joke. That's my Bacalao. So anyway, so basically Bacalao is, and I did anyway, the pandemic happened. We had I did my first, I did some live from scratch things and some performances. December, January, February, we had the Vue conference or Vue thing with Algorave, and I performed there for the first time. It was just really, really great, a really great experience, even though I crashed for 5 minutes in the middle of it, of course. And then basically the pandemic kicked in, and that was so that was a pretty significant thing in for everybody, especially the Top Lap Barcelona community. I think that was really strong. It kind of formed partly what it is now, because it part of it was of course we were all insecure and upset and stressed out about what was going on and uncertainty. But then we had this thing where what's it called, the La Hora del Live Coder. So basically every night for almost 2 months, I think people in our community were giving us a chance to have a slot or have a space, one per night, every weeknight for, I think it was about 6 weeks or something like that. And we all got a time when we could just prepare a 1 hour set, of just you performing in whatever you want, live coding, and it was all streamed, and it was like this is also, I don't think that could happen now the same way, because we're all busy, we all have other things we're doing, and there's always people distracted, but in that moment people were pretty concentrated and in some ways they didn't have as much to do, so that was part of it too. And we just I think a lot of us just focused on that, and so a person was going crazy preparing their self to do a presentation sometime in the next week or two, and then pretty much every night, I mean, I'm not saying everybody tuned in, but there was probably 15, 20 people every night signed in live, listening to the performance, seeing it, the streaming, and then commenting in the chat, making jokes and stuff. It was really, really that was a really great experience. So anyway, so I'm not sure where to go from that. So the other thing that was important for me was that I was, another thing that came out of that was that year was the Trubadas. So they started doing these sort of interviews, kind of where you present yourself and things you've done. It's sort of a bit like what I'm doing now. And so there would be 2 people per night, maybe once a month roughly or something. And there was 4 of them the first year, and there were 4 more the next year. We did a number of them, sort of presenting, focusing on people from our community, focusing on people from the community with lots of light. And anyway, so I was asked to do one of those. So I did one with Tony Jalma, and Ivan was the moderator. We were all wearing COVID masks, doing the stuff. We had a little fake little TV studio with the 2 ferns, and so yeah, so that's what we did. And then so for that, again, it's sort of a big thing. It's a big chance to showcase stuff you've done or just whatever. It's a good deadline to just make yourself focus and work on things. So I decided that was the right time. I had bacalao. That was a really cool thing and I'd been working on that for about a year. And that was really intense. That was a really intense time of developing that tool for myself pretty much. It's also open source on GitHub, but I'm sure I'm probably the only one using it, but that's how these things always go. But that's fine. I really want it for myself, So anyway, so then of course I thought, well, I'm presenting in December. It was September, I knew about it. I was like, okay, well, I better make a whole new thing I'm going to do for the Trubada. So I thought so in the end I'm not doing what I've actually thought about doing. So, but in my career, in my life, work, and so on, I've basically been, I'm a programmer. I'm a C++, developer. I worked on basically 3D graphic stuff, virtual reality, interactive stuff, animation, all that stuff. So I worked for a Soft Image, which is basically Maya. It's a 3D animation software from in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. And it was eventually bought up by Autodesk. They bought up Maya and 3D Studio Max, and they all got bought and sort of merged. And eventually, Soft Image doesn't exist anymore, but it eventually got shut down and sort of merged all into other things. But that was a really important moment in my life. And so I'm basically a 3D guy, real-time guy. And for me, music has been always a hobby, and I've really been interested in electronic music since I was a kid. With my first computers, maybe I don't know if I should show anything. It's boring just to hear me talk and not see anything. Well, Soft Image, here's this since I was there. So, it was a pretty cool thing. It was a pretty big deal. It's pretty small there, but so for example, Soft Image was a really hot thing. At the time, it was software. When I joined, it was software that cost $100,000 per seat or something per license. It required a high-end Silicon Graphics workstation, and it was all Unix-based, of course, and so on. And it was really used by Industrial Light and Magic, people who do Star Wars and Jurassic Park and all that stuff. And our clients were the big 3D graphics and animation studios and advertising companies and print or TV work, video, Bjork videos, all kinds of cool stuff. And that was a really great thing because I was working with really smart people, of course, a team of really smart other programmers who were just really inspire you because they're super on top of things, and you feel like you have to kind of be on top of things to keep up and so on. And also the main thing is you're working with artists, so you're involved with artists the whole time, and you're we had contact all the time with on the beta list. So we had a beta version of our software, and then people would be filing complaints, all that stuff. It was always usually with the sort of not to say other clients aren't important, but these were sort of the elite clients, or the ones who are the big name ones who did Terminator 2 and all these things you've heard about. So that was a really exciting time, and so the point is of that is that 3D graphics is sort of This is one of our internal code names at Softimage. We had an original version of the software, Softimage 3D, which was the sort of bread and butter that was like used for, it won an Academy Award for 3D animation, for all kinds of stuff. It was for character animation. We did stuff to do with real-time. It's called virtual sets, not virtual sex, but virtual sets, S-E-T. And those are like, this is like, this is like, we're talking 1994, 1995. And we had like, again, pretty powerful graphics computers, real-time graphics being generated with a studio camera, like they use it now all the time, like on any TV channel, a news channel, they have all these cool like camera moves, and the virtual backgrounds kind of move around, and they do all these stuff that it looks like if they're in some other place and so on. But we were like doing that stuff a long time ago, so that was really cool. And then we eventually started a new sort of from scratch. We need to make a new version of our software. It's getting all into spaghetti code, and everything's getting this super complicated, and we need to like evolve. So we'll create a new version from scratch, and it'll take like whatever, 1 year or 2 years, whatever. Of course, it takes 5 years to do this thing. And anyway, but at the time when we were doing this project, of course, you always have internal code names for everything. At that time, like Java was a really cool thing. Eventually, at one point, the code name for this was Sumatra, which is also like sort of Java, Sumatra, sort of this, that sort of coffee thing was in the air at the time. And then we had, for some of our major minor versions, we had like Mallorca, which I didn't even know what Mallorca was. Like people, of course, in Canada, people write it Majorca with a J, Majorca, but Mallorca. And so we had this code name for XSI. That was the software, Mallorca, and we have Menorca, and we had Ibiza. I had no idea. I mean, I didn't even have a concept of really what those. I mean, I knew there were islands somewhere in Spain, but didn't really. It's just funny that how that goes around to. And so yeah, we worked on things like, this is Godzilla from one of the Godzilla movies. This is actually a really, really heavy. Like I worked a lot on performance things too, like making things run better, but you could deal with these extremely heavy scenes, which now, of course, nowadays are not heavy compared to what we have. But so it's like animation stuff. We made an animation mixer, which was like a nonlinear tool, like nonlinear video, but it was for doing animation clips, motion clips, and mixing them, mixing a walk cycle, having a transition into a run cycle kind of thing, and doing all this stuff. A different way of creating an animation. It's not just keyframe animation where you pose each thing. And that was like a pretty revolutionary thing, which actually also won an Academy Award for, or not Academy, sorry, a patent at least. But I think I won it. No, it also won the Academy Award. I think that one. But this is a very cheesy developer demo here that I made, of course. But this is like I worked on hair stuff at one point. So this is like rendering all these. Again, this was hard at that time to, in real time, render like, a human head. How many hairs do you think a human head has roughly? Just on the head, not the whole body. Typically.
100,000.
Yeah, around there, around 100,000 roughly. It depends if you have black hair, you have like fewer hairs. They're thicker, they're bigger, but they're fewer pores. If you have very fine like blonde or sort of wispy hair, you tend to have more. Or if you're red, I think redheads have, I don't know. So this one probably has more because it's not probably 100,000 though. That's just the 3D, the real-time visualization, which might have like, I don't know, 5,000 or something like that. I worked on like particle system stuff in there, real time, like doing the rendering of this so we could have it in the viewport, because a lot of stuff at that time, of course, is not. We had GPUs. We started working with the first time that you could get a GPU in a PC rather than on a graphics computer, like a graphics workstation. So that they were like from different companies, Intergraph, and eventually like NVIDIA and other companies that we hear about now. Anyway, so just some of the things worked on there. Oh yeah, and this useless computer. This is the quote. One time we actually had Douglas Adams come to do our keynote at one of the trade shows at SIGGRAPH, or one of the trade shows. And so this is a quote. It's very easy to be blinded by the essential uselessness of them, meaning computers, by the sense of achievement you get from getting them to work at all. Yeah. So it's a good quote for. So anyway, I don't know, how much time do I have? How long?
I'm not counting.
Roughly.
You are in 17.
I have 2 times 9 minutes already. So like 5 minutes more or 10? Yeah. Anyway, so again, I'm just jumping around. Maybe it's of interest, maybe not. Yeah, well, I'll do. So the other thing that's sort of relevant is like I know people here. I was speaking to Violetta last night about this too. Is that before I worked at Softimage, just when I was just fresh out of university, I was really lucky because I worked at my university in Edmonton, in Alberta, in Canada. I worked at the graphics lab there for one summer, and then I worked on a VR toolkit that was used for device drivers and interfacing with the VR headsets of that time. And then, of course, through that, this is how things happen, like all through different connections, like people people we know now in this group. Things happen out of that. Like, later on, as life moves on, these things are important, And of course, a lot of it's to do with luck and stuff too. It's not just, we all have an awful lot of luck or fortune or whatever you want to call it on our side too, sometimes. So what I should show here is actually this thing. If I go down to... So for example, this is out of the high school, out of university, I went to work at a really life-changing moment for me. I worked at this place called the Banff Centre for the Arts, which is an art center in Banff, Canada, which is pretty well, or was pretty well known for a lot of artists. If you know a lot of artists, they've probably been there at some point for a residency or something like that. It was very common. And so out of university, I was able to go, and based on the fact that I worked on VR stuff at this lab, then I had the connection with this art center where in those days there was a lot of funding for arts. Like in Canada, there was a lot of money from the government. That particular government was going to arts. And so, for example, this art center, the Banff Center, happened to have basically one of the first. The Silicon Graphics had some sort of graphic supercomputers that were really powerful, cost $500,000, $1 million, depending on the configuration. And one of the first ones of those actually delivered in Canada was to this Banff Center, this art center, which is you can't even imagine that nowadays, And so that center had a 2-year sort of project called the Art and Virtual Environments Project, which was to link artists with this really advanced technology, this new technology, a new medium that people didn't know about. It's the same thing, and now we're in the same place now. People are talking about virtual reality as a new medium and all that stuff, and so this was a really unique moment when we were able to have access to this technology, and people like me who were, knowledgeable enough and could learn quickly, and in that environment could basically be the hands of the artists. So these artists would come in. They were mostly video artists, most of them, and most of them, unfortunately, were American. Were from the States. It was not a very diverse. I mean, it was what there was. There was a number of 8 different projects were done over a 2-year period, and I just joined. They hired me at one point for a 2-week contract. So they hired me. I came in, and because somebody else was away or something, and things just work out the way they work out. But we had this. I worked there for a short period of time. Was able to work with a bunch of different artists on these, interactive VR in some way related projects. Some of them had a headset. Some didn't have a headset. Some had tracking like a thing and a data glove and all these different things. And at the end of that, there was a conference, the CyberConf, which was a worldwide conference that happened to be in Banff that year, and we presented all those 8 pieces. In a few-day period, we had to mount all these different, really complex productions, and so, we were using mostly things like Next Cube computers, where most of the sound stuff was on Next computers at that time. Or Earcam, we had these signal processing workstations, so the Next would get a special card in there that would be used for all the DSP stuff, like things that nowadays you just do on your CPU. Convolvatrons for binaural spatialization. And anyways, there's a whole bunch of projects. Here's me. Here's a very young me with a data glove on, doing I was sort of performing this piece they said I was the one who knew it best. That's what happens if you're a programmer working on one of these projects. You know how it actually works. And some places it's hard to actually reach the sweet spot where something actually happens. It's okay, well, you do it. You know exactly where to activate the violin or whatever the thing is. So yeah, there's a violinist playing here and all that stuff. And so there's a whole bunch of projects. I probably should not go much longer because it's here we are, a bunch of us very young people. This is me on the bottom here. So that was a really great experience. And that also then moved on to a whole bunch of other things I did. So do I have like a few more minutes or?
You are now in 23.
Okay.
Have 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'll talk about quickly. But the other thing the other thing I know people were interested in is this that came out of that. So this project, there was an artist named Shar Davies who's not at this. I mean, she was at Banff earlier on another thing, but she came to this conference and she actually picked John Harrison, who was the programmer, who was sort of the main programmer at the time at the Banff Center, and like sort of picked him to come to. She was at Softimage. She was one of the co-founders of Softimage. It was the connection there, and to come and work on her VR art project. So she made these two projects called Osmos and Ephemer, which let me just go back a second here. This relates to Super Collider, I promise. Eventually, but anyway, she created these pieces here: Osmos in 1995 and Ephemer in 1998, which were immersive VR. I mean, she doesn't like the word VR, but immersive space experiences where you put on a headset. And the other thing that's interesting, I know for people here, was related to what we were doing today with Alicia's workshop or Alicia's session, was a breathing thing. There's actually a breathing vest we used to wear, so the participant would wear, and it would measure your inhalation, exhalation, and also the tilt of your body. And that was the way that you would navigate through the space, because she was not into Shar was not into this virtualization of control. Like we have like joysticks or things. It's like an indirect way of controlling how you move. This also relates to Sitlali and your movement with the body and so on, because it's about being embodied in your body and feeling your body and using it to feel that. So like people would get sick in VR because the frame rates were like 3 frames a second sometimes, or 10 frames a second. So it's really, you turn, the thing was very heavy, so you couldn't turn your head fast. So that kind of balanced out a bit. But you would use your body and you would like lean forward. If you wanted to move forward in the space, you would move forward. If you breathe in, you would float upwards. And then if you breathe out, you would move downwards. And so you would sort of navigate through this natural space using your breath and your balance was sort of the idea. And then I'll probably finish with this since, yeah. I wasn't working on those projects at that time. I was working at Softimage, the company that this was also happening at that time. But I was working on the other product, the main. This is not a product. This was like her own personal thing, using the Softimage tools. But and so later on, but I knew all these people. I was good friends with John, the main programmer, and Dorota, who did the sound for it. And so later on in 10 years ago, in 2012 or 13, they contacted me and asked if I would be able to like remaster or basically restore these works so they could be presented again on modern technology, hardware, software, because the original gear was like basically like this huge rack of. This is not the computer for the visuals. The visuals originally was a separate like mini fridge sized computer. I mean, originally it was a fridge size, and then the later version was a mini fridge size, and then eventually it was ported to like a Linux, really high end Linux workstation. So these racks here were required to mount the show. The left side is totally audio gear. It's all like 2 Kurzweil samplers and digital mixer and effects boxes and spatialization, a whole spatialization computer in there, and all the patch bays and so on. And on the left is all the graphics, so to speak, side, and all the device control and all that stuff to control. And so, anyway, I was contracted to work on this project just for the audio part, which I did all in Super Collider. It was sort of a reverse engineering or archaeology projects. I didn't have access really to the hardware, and I couldn't really know. It was sort of like working blind for a lot of the time on this project, because I could go to Montreal and I could try I had tried it before, but I could try the experience. But as far as like getting the audio right, I don't have the actual. For a long time, I didn't have the actual sampler or whatever, and so I would just like try. I would have recordings. I would send files to be run there and send me back the results, and then I would like try and do A/B testing and stuff. It was really crazy. It took a few years of this process. Anyway, and then eventually they decided that I would could do everything, the graphics as well, because that's especially my expertise. So the graphics, it was all ported and remastered. There was a new vest was made, which we made with Arduinos now and wireless sensors, and a wireless thing rather than being tethered with a big breathing cable that moved to a big bellows over there. Anyway, and so that was a project which I did, and so I haven't gotten into any bacalao, vargola. That's for another time, I guess. So now those projects actually run on a little, a normal, powerful, but a normal PC, and they're using the current headsets, a Vive headset or whatever the current Steam VR type headsets. Well, any headset, it can be Oculus, whatever. And yeah, so that's the non-presentation presentation, I guess. So this is one of this is, I was also really into photography. So this is the picture. This is a Gaudi. This is a local connection. So this is a Gaudi sculpture, but with my face embedded into my eyes, my mouth, my little beard thing there and stuff. Yeah. So that's yeah. ¿Eres tú?
Yeah. Sí. ¿Puedes subir el volumen de...? Pues sí. No estoy haciendo sonar nada todavía. Empiezo... sí, que tengo media horita, ¿no? Menos. Venga. Sí, dame algún... ¿Puedes tomar la... Venga, o empiezo. Voy a empezar a presentar mi cosita. Bueno, ayer me pasó como Glenn. Me pasó como a Glenn, que ayer me dijeron, pues todavía hay espacio, ¿no?, para presentar. Anímate a presentar algo. Y pues no tenía nada preparado, pero bueno, me he animado a presentar una cosita. Algunos ya conoceréis la herramienta. Cuando hago live coding, muchas veces hay un QR en la esquina inferior derecha, donde la gente puede coger ese QR y se lleva lo que estoy haciendo en Strudel o en Hydra, de visuales o de audio, a su móvil y pueden ejecutarlo desde el móvil o cambiarlo y demás. Mi idea con esto era fomentar la cultura libre, ¿no? Fomentar la reutilización, fomentar también que mis amigas perdieran el miedo a hacer live coding, porque podían coger un QR y yo les decía, mira, si cambias aquí un número, suena diferente, y como que despertaba esto un poco de interés. Y aún así creo que ha sido un pequeño fracaso, porque no ha habido como un boom de colaboración. Entonces, con la invitación de ayer,
me he liado la manta a la cabeza y he programado una cosita desde esta mañana hasta hoy. Y voy a presentar hoy aquí el primer From Scroll del mundo. ¿Qué es un scroll? ¿Sabéis? Should I switch to English or? Okay, un scroll es como algo escrito rápido y mal, ¿no? So, my tool, mi herramienta se llama Scroll Link, como el enlace de los scrolls. Y bueno, hay un GitHub que tiene el From Scroll, que es simplemente un fichero de texto que se puede ejecutar también. Y lo voy a ejecutar en Strudel, por ejemplo, pero es un JavaScript que se podría ejecutar en cualquier lado. Vemos que un From Scroll tiene distintas reglas. La primera es la atribución. You start from the scroll of others and keep the attribution chain. That's the rule number 1. Rule number 2 is hurry. You have 3 minutes to perform and change anything, including these rules. Okay. This is of course based in from scratch, which is 9 minutes, but we don't start from 0. We start from the scroll of somebody else, right? And then rule number 3, and this is also from scratch. When the performance finishes, everybody claps. Okay? And there is another thing. It's not a rule. Is I'd really rather you didn't. I'd really rather you didn't left without sharing your code somehow. Okay? And what I do is to give here a link, for instance, where you can share it, but you can share it in a different way. This is a link of a markdown file in the repository of the tool. So that's the rules. Because I was inspired, I programmed the rules to work. So there is a prompt that asks for your name, so the attribution link will follow directly. And what it does is adds your name and says, okay, this is based on something by the previous author, and it adds the link, right? It was a headache to make it work. Sometimes it didn't work, so I don't know if it will work today, but I think it kind of works. So if you access a link, it will ask for your name, and then it will add your name in the comments, and we will have a link of authors. The number 2 rule implementation, which is run, dispatches an event in the 3 minutes that is listened by a window alert that will do a lot of claps. So you will see in the window when to clap, and it also this event is listened by another event that says, okay, please share your code. So hopefully with this, we can do a from scroll. And to start, what I'll do is to share here in the from scroll place the path. Probably, yeah, here, whatever. There is a link to the path. You can access it. And what I'll do is start performing. You can get the link whenever you want and do some drafts in your mobile phone or whatever. And I want you to share them here so you can come to the screen and perform after me. Right? So I will perform 3 minutes. Then I need somebody from a link they capture to do another 3 minutes. If this doesn't happen because it's difficult, I guess we can just copy the link. So just copy the link that is up, open it in another window, and the script will work again. Are you ready? This will be Hydra plus Strudel, and I need a lot of people ready to jump in and join me in the from scroll. I hope it works. If not, anyways, we will have fun. We'll have like 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes building on top of each other. Good? Okay, wow. Speaking of being nervous. I'll make a bit of a tweak. I'll write something before starting, which is just anything Hydra, but okay, no, whatever. I will start from this from this code. So whenever I press Control Intro, the 3 minutes will start. I need to be a bit more relaxed. Yeah?
A little confusing how to contribute, like through the QR.
So whenever you like something that you are seeing or you are hearing, you can take the QR and that will bring a code to your phone. You can make some changes in that QR and then share the link to of what is sounding or playing in your screen. And instead of with a quick QR, you add it here. Add your links here.
Oh, into this link.
Into this link, which is here. I'll write it up so it's easier to find. Yeah.
Can you paste it into the Telegram chat?
Oh yeah, that's much better. But I think it's good that it's in the code as well, because maybe people will contribute on top of any scroll that is based on these scrolls later on, and they can access the path as well. So whatever. Just dreaming about connectivity and about about building things together. Probably this experiment will fail as well, but whatever. So. Algorithmic Barcelona, no, the Pattern Saloon, yeah. Pattern Saloon, general, from scratch, whatever. Live Coders Meetup, yeah. Okay. So, wow, woof. Let's start. Okay, rule number 1, start from scrolls of others and keep the division chain. Okay, what is my name? My name performing is Tacha. Okay, I can't relax because it will not start counting the name until I write everything, yeah? But yeah. Wow, I'm really nervous. I cannot type fast. Okay, rule number 2, hurry, you have 3 minutes to perform and change anything including these rules. Okay. Go. It should be sounding. Okay. Yeah. Let's add a snare. Whatever. I should have found sound. Okay. Yeah, it's not sounding. So this is part of a from a scroll experience, I guess. I'll let it to you so you can start Hydra with audio. So detect audio true. And then we can do some Hydra. Okay, good. And then, use your microphone, allow, yeah. Let's make it ping. You don't need to speak as you perform, it's just me being nervous. So I guess it will be from scratch for visuals, so forget about the about strudel. It's a shame, but whatever. Okay, it's sounding. Okay, yeah. Here. Bueno, los aplausos ahí. ¡Woo! Okay, so I'm copying this link here, so I don't go without sharing. Sorry. Yeah. I got you. So here is my link. You can start from my link, or sorry, I didn't copy well the link. Here is the link. You can start from this link here, or if you did manage to, wow, these are long links. Yeah, that's because this is the link that includes all the code that is written. So this link includes the code of from scratch. So from a scroll. Next. Come on, don't give me like, don't let me like this. Somebody jumps in, just clicks on this. Or Hydra.
I think it's.
There are many people here that knows Hydra and Sudo.
It doesn't show what you wrote.
No?
No.
Is that working the links? Okay, the link shows this, so it's okay, if you want to start from what I wrote, I just copied here the link. So you can, and I would put my name, but yeah, you can start from here, it's the same code as before, okay? So somebody can come here and just perform. Let's forget about the QR code thing. Let's make
But I opened this and it didn't show your.
I know that what happened. Suddenly, if you scroll,
What?
the link is broken down.
Okay.
Use the share button instead.
Okay. Yeah, I could use the share button. I know. I'm just using the more how to say, like it could work with any other environment that is live coding that changes the URL. So Sudo has the share, which is much more beautiful. I don't know why it was not okay.
It was there was a line break.
Uh-huh.
Breaking the link. Put it again and we like selected.
Okay, yeah, here, no?
Yeah.
No. The pad is breaking so need to do the sharing thing, but yeah, I don't know why it's not appearing the sharing now. What is it? Okay, wait. Oh. So the thing is that it's, okay, this is one of the things that happened. Because I have all the code in this from scratch, the link is not big enough to, sorry, claps. So the link is not big enough to capture all the code. So what I will do next is to just include, so add this from scratch link in the, it's because the link was too big. So I will next time I do a from scroll, I will just do import and these messages will appear, but I thought it was fun. Okay, I'll copy all this. Sorry for this. Well, okay, whatever, it's the first time. Give me a break. I wish I didn't put this pop. Why? I mean, I need to check if the pop-up was defined before defining it again. How many times I executed the code? Many. Claps. Okay, here, ya está. So this is what I was going to. This is what I was going to do. So. Yeah, next. Yeah, so let's copy this to a new session of Strudel. And then whoever wants to come here, we'll start from scratch, from scroll, whenever they click Control Intro, and they will be asked the name and everything. And I will charge my computer, but I need somebody. Yeah. Good.
I haven't got my glasses on at the moment. Extra challenge. All right.
So 3 minutes is kind of long. I thought it was going to be really more hectic, but it gives you some time to create some stuff.
I'll see.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
What happened then? It reloaded.
Okay.
Is that okay? Do I just click that?
So you followed the QR code then?
Did I? Oh, okay.
Didn't you?
I don't know what happened.
I think you're doing the right thing.
Okay.
No, look, if not, why this person arrived to scrolling and here? So that's somebody followed the link there. Yeah.
So. Can't seem to, okay, that's working maybe.
Okay, yeah, here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So
rule 1. Okay.
how do I click? Right. Okay.
Then with your name and your email.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is very different. Yes.
Is it small or what's the?
A different layout.
Different layout, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm in. Right. Where's my cursor?
Yeah, just click here, just touch softly.
Okay, right, okay.
Anywhere, not.
I see, right, okay. Internet string content. Okay, I'll do that. So. Right. It's not liking that. Come on.
No, but this doesn't matter. So it's like line 60, so there's nothing in line 60. Yeah, whatever, sorry. Line 60. Okay, yeah. So that's the code that added an error because it replaced, it added the license where it shouldn't.
Okay.
Sorry. I mean, I coded all this today. So yeah, now it's working. Sorry.
Okay, right. So I should be able to.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. Now we're talking.
Please continue because you have to send your code.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. So.
Okay, and then whatever. Just copy the URL. Yeah.
Here or just
No,
here?
but yeah, this URL will not work. Sorry, because this is from scrolling. So,
Oh, right, okay.
Whatever. Let's copy this in the again. How many times? I need to fix the code, but so let's try. Okay, this is the URL. many minutes do I have? What is sounding? Okay, this is sounding. Shut up. Where is sounding? Okay, here. Okay, so I'll share the code here. Okay, other errors. Whatever. I don't know if we have more time, but maybe we can have another round of.
It's only 3 more minutes.
Okay, yeah. So 3 more minutes. Yeah. Here. Okay, no. Let me open another strudel and copy the code. And whoever wants to start from here. Bueno, pero puedes hacer visuales.
And so what?
Va a comenzar desde que le des a control intro.
Vale.
¿Vale?
Control. Okay. Nada.
Sí, puedes tocar suavito y si tocas suave.
Okay. Y aquí pongo mi nombre.
Claro.
Y este es mi mail. Ah, me cuesta mucho trabajo. Aquí pongo mi mail, ¿cierto?
Ajá.
Ok.
Okay.
Ok. Super. Ah.
You too, hurry. Mil gracias. Aplauso, 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 aplauso. Y si ha funcionado bien... Vale, no ha funcionado bien. Estaba sustituyendo las licencias en otro lado, pero a veces funciona bien y va haciendo una cadena de autores aquí arriba. Bueno, espero que os haya gustado y creo que tenemos que repetir esto de los scroll. Lo del QR no ha funcionado, pero se puede copiar y pegar la URL y...
So there's going to be a change in our schedule that nobody knows. Nobody knows about the schedule, but there's a change, actually. So some things are happening now. One is that that we are late in our schedule. That's a fact. So there's one jam in estuary that is starting now. I think it should, because he's setting up that thing. So we are having the jam now in estuary. So if you can join to that jam, and also the food is coming, like it's around the corner. So that's the other thing, that that we have some people sign up for the food. So if you sign up, then the food is around. If you didn't, then we don't know what to do, but we'll figure it out. So yeah, food is coming, and also estuary jam is coming. And after that, we don't know exactly the time. We have 2 more presentations, and then the algorithm. So that's the thing. Yeah. Entonces.
¿Puedes bajar el sonido para...?
Invento estuary, ¿no?
Sí. Es el 3.
Hola, vale. Os comento, esto es una jam que se hace cada fin de semana, los sábados, a las 19 UTC, o sea que va cambiando un poco la hora dependiendo del horario de verano y de invierno de cada sitio del mundo. Entonces, la idea es que cualquiera puede entrar y puede participar en un ambiente distendido y probar sus cosas. Está pensado para hacer improvisación a saco de visuales y de audio, y supongo que Stuary más o menos lo conocéis. Admite varios lenguajes de live coding, y entonces entre ellos una versión reducida de Tidal y una versión un poco también reducida de Hydra. O sea que si conocéis alguno de los lenguajes estos habituales, es fácil que podáis entrar y participar. La llama ha empezado ya. Tenemos aquí a un pobre chico que está solo, ¿vale? Que ya le he avisado de que estaría solo un rato, pero que después entraríamos algunos. Y entonces os comento cómo entrar, por si queréis hacerlo. Es mejor utilizar el navegador Chrome, que da como más rendimiento para estas cosas. Entonces os vais a la página de Stuary, que es stuary.mcmaster.ca. stuary.mcmaster.ca. Os vais a colaborar y habitualmente aquí tendría que salir porque no sale.
Ahí tendría que haber esto.
Estaba hace un rato. Bueno, es que había varios ensembles creados, es extraño que no aparezca ninguno.
¿Pero por qué no va? ¿Es el internet otra vez? No.
You do that like every week, but now it's
Yeah.
Demo effect. You are in the
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Why?
Yeah, yeah. Are you the lonely user? Are you the lonely user? Yeah, see.
¿Puede ser que no tengamos internet?
Puede ser que tengamos una internet complicada.
A ver. Sí, estoy en Chrome y estoy conectándome con los datos del móvil ahora mismo. Claro, la cosa es que supuestamente estaba streameando desde ahí, entonces creo que el streaming no va a quedar. Vale, pero si queréis entrar y la wifi y los dioses lo quieren, en Collaborate, ahora sí, sale Weekend Jam, os ponéis un nombre. Y la contraseña siempre es la misma, es Dimanche, D-I-M-A-N-C-H-E. C-H-E, después lo pongo en grande. No lo sé, yo cuando llegué a Jam ya estaba esta contraseña puesta. Vale, no se ha abierto el de esto, vale. Vale, y aquí estamos. Vale, la contraseña, la pongo aquí que la veis. Es esta, ¿eh? CH. Es esta, ¿eh? Que la he puesto aquí. Vale, entonces, ya sabéis, es totalmente abierto, podéis entrar y salir cuando queráis. Lo hacemos cada fin de semana, siempre hay alguien haciéndolo. Básicamente, esto lo estaba organizando Bernard Gray desde hace como 2-3 años. Y bueno, llegó un momento que se cansó bastante de estar cada semana ahí. Él es australiano, se levanta cada domingo temprano por la mañana para hacer la jam. Y entonces, pues ahora somos 2-3 personas que nos vamos turnando para hacer de host cada día uno distinto. Y hoy no había nadie más disponible, entonces estoy haciendo el streaming, grabando, si no se ha desconectado. Y, por cierto, esto se está streameando en Euler Room en Twitch, en el canal de Euler Room. Y ahora mismo también en el YouTube de Top Lab Barcelona. ¿Vale? Deberíamos. Deberíamos escuchar algo.
¿Por qué no lo escuchamos aquí? Muy buena pregunta.
Vale. Ya está, que yo voy a ponerme a hacer algo. ¿Alguien para visuales?
¿Aquí? Ah, guau, no lo había visto en la vida, eso hay que ponerlo. divertit. ¿Te vas apuntado a la cena tú? Pues ahí está esperándote.
La Raisha y el Zen, ¿no? Sí, bueno, empezó básicamente cuando los reinados se unieron, cuando Castilla y Aragón. Sí, cuando se unieron fue cuando se empezaron, pero bueno, por eso siempre como que aquí, cuando es el logo de Barcelona en la bandera, siempre es al lado de la bandera de Aragón. Encima de armas, ¿por qué? Porque como que siempre recuerdan que Cataluña primero fue Aragón. Cuando se unificó Aragón, empezó no solo España, sino la idea de unificar todo, no solo la idea de territorial económica, sino también ideológica, política, cultural. Y terminó en la lucha. I don't know, maybe it's better if I just don't present anything. Yeah. Voy a echar de mis datos. Sí, porque la paso bien. Voy a echar de mis datos. Yo en algún momento viví, yo me acuerdo que los sábados, ¿sí? Me quedaba aquí en la conexión. Bueno, porque como que ¿quieres que te dé un filo del punto de...? Sí, cuando veas que esté el tiempo, hacerme algún gesto o algo, no sé.
Miau. Miau.
Espero que esto no se descalibre todo. Ponemos.
Okay, who's this computer? I think it's Joan. Alteo ordenador. Ah, no es la Lina. Miau. Okay, we are getting ready. We have 2 more talks before the Algo Rave. Sebastian and Timo. So please grab a beer and little by little approach to the main room.
25 minutos.
Ok.
Nosotros somos muy así con los tiempos aquí.
Se nota.
¿Tienes el mini jack ahí ya puesto? Le subo.
Si quieres, espérame que te mando señal y lo probamos. Sí. No, pero esto estaba funcionando. Y necesito probar 2 cosas.
Iván, si puedes más o menos ir diciendo a la gente que vamos a ir.
Venga. Entonces, ¿sabes que está en Madrid hace 2 semanas en la ECO? Ahí he participado de Sonido Roto y me olvidé de eso. Es que se me fue. De hecho, estuve en la casa del Ley. Más fiesta, pero está funcionando. ¿Tenés señal? Recuerdes que tampoco le avisar más, pero... Sí, bueno, y pero te voy a mandar una más.
No se me lo sé. ¿Listo? ¿Está listo?
Cuando vuelves, si quieres vamos a la mañana, luego nos vamos a poner libros.
Vamos a empezar la otra presentación.
Vale. Sí. Gracias, Sandra. Nada.
Vamos a comenzar.
I also still talk that. So, okay. Hi everybody.
My name is Sebastian. Also, the project's name is Eerie Ear, and I do confusing, strange music with using tidal cycles. And what I wanted to show you today is some weird stuff that I'm doing with MIDI that I hope maybe Alex, if there's time, can help me clarify what's actually happening there. But just to begin with, and also resonating with Francesco's presentation, I want to say I also really like to explore chaos and randomness, and I got a lot of inspiration from this lady, Ursula Franklin, who also Alex introduced me to her, who in the late 80s, I think 89, she produced a series of lectures talking about technology and society and culture, but specifically I'm using her as a reference for pedagogic work that I also teach, and I grabbed a lot. I got a lot interested in this concept that she expresses, making a differentiation between systems of production and systems of growth. And I believe also in my my art practice, I also try to generate something holistic and not so prescriptive, and give some freedom to the algorithms, to the functions, and to the operators to wait a little bit for the system to give me something before I prescriptively try to manage the system to produce an output. So, okay, this is a very brief introduction, and what I wanted to show you is a weird thing that I'm doing with MIDI. That I'm sending MIDI signals from Tidal through Super Collider, of course, to Reaper, and this is I change the sounds of the synthesizers, but I have a bunch of synths here that do different sounds. All the synths I use are freeware. Most of these channels, modules, I sometimes use exaggerated EQs, like for this kick, which is very unorthodox as well. But I use a lot of the search synth. This is a freeware synthesizer that's very versatile and quite an interesting piece of software. I also have here Helm and some Yuhi synths that are. Not all their synths are freeware, but these ones are available for free on their page. So maybe start small. So I have I call this EAC, just as in Macintosh, but it's just for convenience. I have Loop MIDI running here, receiving packets from Super Collider and then routing them to Reaper, or rather. Reaper uses this virtual MIDI device to capture everything on this MIDI device. Anyways, so normally, I guess you could say you use this as the sample name, but in this case we're talking to the MIDI device. Then you create certain iteration of it, I don't know, say slow 2 or something. And then you always need to send MIDI chan message here to make sure this goes to some channel. So I don't know, let's use MIDI chan 8 in this case. This gain is not going to do anything for us anymore. And then I'm going to need to send a series of nodes. So let's say, I don't know, let's send the list 0379. So in theory, with some space here, this should work. And okay, this is some kind of very basic node progression on one particular device. And of course, some of you know this, of course. You can use functions to say randomize this. Will this work? So then you can send these to different devices. Okay, this is how we normally use a MIDI device, let's say. But what I was talking about earlier about trying to break these prescriptive systems. I really love some. I'm definitely not the most expert title user here, but I really try to explore some functions that I really can work with because they do what I want, like loop-add, for example. And then by sort of changing these iterations, you can of course already create strange time signatures. So this is one thing that I would do, but something that happened a little bit by, well, not really by chance, but just by trying something that, who knows. This, I think, Alex, you may have heard this many times, that people try things in Tidal and something happens, no? And so normally we have some, or Alex built some granular synthesis functions for audio, like striate prime or chop. And just for trying, I started trying these functions with MIDI packages to see what happened, and things happen. And so let me set this to record so you can actually see the incoming messages. If I maybe let's start this over. Yes. Okay. Now let's start from the beginning. And do we have a yes? Okay. So let's for now hide this thing. Maybe it's better to do it here. So now in theory, if I make this window a bit smaller. Okay, I'm not sure if Windows, thank you. Sorry. Let's make this here more narrow. Okay, something like this. Okay, this should work, I hope. So okay, this is and then of course this is one of the nice things with Tidal, how you can sort of pile up functions to create sort of new behaviors. So you could also multiply this this note, I don't know, 2 times, and then of course you have a wider range in frequency. You can of course always push this. And something really interesting. So okay, without the chop function, this is what this would look like. So, and then of course breaking it, and then when we change the time signature, this starts to get more complex. And when you're changing the instrument, and of course you can set offsets so that your instruments work within a certain range. But then something really interesting happens. Let's keep this at 8. Something really interesting happens with striate. That is sort of a more aggressive function for granulating sounds, but in this case messages. And this is really what I've been exploring a lot recently. So you could send list to this and create very strange rhythms, which is something I really like. Of course, you could change how long these packets are. It's going to be very long, I think. of course, you could play also with the release, and this is, I feel, I'm not sure if this is what happens, but because the messages get to the instruments with a certain set of parameters, then something interesting happens also with, for example, using legato or release. So let's say slow one, I don't know, a sine function. If I could type only. And now let's extend this release. So I'm not completely sure what happens, but things happen. So this usually gives me a bit of a different behavior than what's happening now. So typical, and then of course you could have arrays of MIDI packets going to your different instruments. And then chop them in this like this. And I think this is when it starts to get very interesting, and I'm not sure, maybe somebody did this before, probably that's usually the case, but I feel you get very strange musical notation from working this way. And it takes sort of music, if we want to call this composition or whatever we want to call it, to very interesting places, and that's going back to sort of what I was talking about in the beginning. That's really what I'm interested in, to sort of let music also surprise me, and not so much to create a very prescriptive system that would do exactly what I want, but also that I do a little bit what the system wants me to, that we work together. So this is how striate will work on a more complex system. Of course, you could push this value very high, and you get this black MIDI kind of notation. That's more or less what I wanted to show. I guess, yeah, or at least that's how I do it. It's a very short presentation. I also, sorry. Sometimes for visuals, I sometimes do visuals also, and then I capture this in Hydra. So using, well, it's not working now. I need to sort of reset it. But so then this is the way I'm doing it now. But I'm actually working on Max to do something a little bit more agile than just Hydra, and then maybe use Hydra only for post processing or post effects or whatever we want to call it. Yeah. So I don't know if there are any questions, or maybe this is too bright. No? Thank you. Also, just very shortly, I work a lot with Hydra, and I printed some. I'm making some experiments printing screenshots. So I printed some stickers that are on top of the fridge. So if you want to grab a sticker, please. Thank you. I need to take my computer.
Nice. Black MIDI chaos.
Yeah.
Next step, you should run this through the disk machine and see what happens.
I did a lot. Is it done?
Yep.
Thank you. Yep.
Wait.
You go on the
cable
other
mesh
side,
is.
What's new in Mercury?
Yeah, that's the question. Do you want to know the answer?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I sine
I am kind of plugged in, but I have not started my laptop so far. Okay, this is working, I think. Yeah, look at that. How are we on time? How much time do I have? 25, that's good. 25. 25 is nice. It depends. Depends on. Oh yeah, let's throw some sounds, and then we see. Okay, that works. And then we get rid of the kick. We save that for the algorithm. Oh, you want to hear it again? It's good?
It's great.
Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Timo, for those who don't know my name yet. And I thought it would be nice to present a little bit of the new things I've been working on for Mercury. Who has never heard of Mercury? One hand.
No,
That's
I
good.
read it in Telegram.
You read it? Where you find the news about Mercury in Telegram. That's good. Okay, so anyways, Mercury is a language I've been working on for, I don't know, 5 years now or something. It's mainly focused on live coding music. There's not much else you can do with it. But because of that, I think it's pretty cool to perform with. So I'll be using it in the algorithm also, together with Lina. And usually when I do these talks, I introduce like how does the language work and all these different steps to get to some place to eventually play like one sample or play like a note. And I will skip all that now, and we will look at some of the new things that you can do with it, although some of the basics might also come along the way. So where do we start? I think we start with the new polyphonic synthesizer that is included. So before, usually when you want to play like a sine wave or a sawtooth wave, you make a synth, and then you play the note, like this, right? Actually, is this visible? This is better, right? I think. And I'll just get rid of the rest. And maybe we'll do this. That's better. There we go. And so one of the issues, of course, with a monophonic synth is that as soon as you start to play, I don't know, a bunch of notes at a higher speed, and when you like increase the length to something that is longer than the actual note length, then the note will be cut off and you won't hear any overlapping notes. So the polyphonic synth will allow you to overlay these notes, so you can basically make chords or make arpeggiators that have some interesting overlapping. And so one of the extra features that come along with the polyphonic synth is that you can, of course, play chords. Because right now, what I'm doing here is I make a list of 5 values. I can show you what that would look like. So if I make a list, and we print this, and then of course we need the notes here as well. So this is the list. So it's 5 notes, but this is one-dimensional. So it's just triggered one at a time for, in this case, a step of 16 notes. So the way to make this into a chord is to make a 2-dimensional list. So for example, if I would not use a function yet, but just type this myself, chord. So if we would do this, then it would be 1-dimensional. So you would hear the notes separately. But if we enclose this in another set of brackets, it will be a 2-dimensional array where all the notes in the second array are played on one moment in time. So So this is the way to build chords. So you make two-dimensional arrays, and you place those in time, and then you can play the notes of those chords. But of course, typing all this by hand is a lot of work. So there are some functions available now also to generate these chords procedurally. So there are mainly two options that are interesting to use. And one that I would use most is chords from numerals, which allows you to use Roman numerals to create a chord, following like the standard chord progression system. And you can add things like a 7 or a 9 for an 11 or a 13th note, or you can make it minor, or you can make it sus2 or sus4, things like that, to create your chord progression. So for example, I don't know, I'm not really a chord composer, so someone else might have much better ideas. So feel free to introduce some options. Lena. But if I execute this, then this is kind of the array that is generated. So it's an array consisting of 4 items for the chords, and every chord is an array on its own, right? So we can play those. Beautiful. And of course you can extend this, and then, I don't know, try to make some jazz or something. So this is basically how you start making these chords, and there's also the option to actually make the chords from the names. So in that sense you would say like C minor or D major, just a capital D. Let's not give this the same name, chords 2. So if I print those, am I missing something? Chords from names, list. Maybe this needs some bug fixing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there are some. So originally this was actually supposed to be an array, and then you put in the array as an argument, and then it generates. But then I thought that's too much work. Why not just like?
Be helpful to see when you. I mean, we have been discussing, and we don't know actually if you have a typo in your code. If in memory you are actually able to figure out what is happening.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I have a typo, I get the error. Like if like the actual code doesn't work, but in this case, this is just me how I forgot to implement this array option here. Like it just only picks the first argument, and this was supposed to be an array, and now it works. In any case, the point I was trying to make is like you can do this. And this generates also an array with a 0, 3, 7, 2, 6, 9. So it's always in semitones. The issue is that if you would, for example, say set scale minor and then do like E or something, then this C minor is not a C minor anymore, because the 0 will become an E, because everything will get transposed based on the scale that you choose. So this only makes sense if you would say this is just chromatic and it's in C, and then actually the name that you type is the actual chord that you will hear.
If you put the scale any one that starts with like major, C minor will not work?
Yeah, I mean, if I say major C, then this is correct, because the chords are part of the major. Minor, no, not anymore. Oh, well, no, this is interesting actually, because this is a C minor, so this doesn't work anymore because C major doesn't have a minor in the scale. So, yeah.
I thought it was only affecting the root. If it's only affecting the root.
No, it also affects all the notes in the chord.
Probably for the numbers, but not, I don't know.
So, for example, if you would say notes. Yeah, of course, yeah, let's see. So, if I would make all the notes in a 12-tone system, right? then playing just those notes separately, if I choose a scale, then some notes will be doubled because they're not part of the origin of the scale that you choose. So 1 is not part of the C major scale, so this will be another 0. So
so we changed the note.
Yeah. The reason is that this means that a 12 is still an octave. Okay. And if you would rescale all the numbers, then the 7 is sometimes the octave, or the 6, depending if you do like hexatonic, pentatonic, etc. So in this sense, if you change the scale, then all the notes that are not part of the scale will be mapped to a note that is closest by. Yeah, that is close. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So if you choose major, then the 3 will be a 4, and if you choose minor, then the 4 will be a 3. But this also means that if you choose chords that are for some reason major in your decision, but you choose a scale that doesn't allow this major chord, then the chord will be changed.
And it will not work also the chords up with the, or will that work?
No. It doesn't. In both cases, it doesn't work. So you would have to choose a chromatic scale. Okay. So you are allowed to choose any note. Okay. Because the moment where the note will be remapped to the scale happens in the synthesizer and not in the generating of the array. So the array can have any number, but it will be mapped later.
For example, can you recall the scale just as a list as you're doing with the chords?
Yes, yeah, of course. There are a lot of ways to go about this. Like you can make a list that you decide this is the scale, and then you can change the scale, of course, also. But this was not necessarily where I was wanted to go. But the questions are very welcome, of course. I just wanted to point out these two functions and the polysynth. And how that works in this case. Okay, so... and one other thing I wanted to point out is that from here on you can, of course, extend this function with other functions to like change the order of the progression. So for example, I can say repeat all these chords like 4 times. So this would probably you can imagine what this would do. We get like a list that is like 4 times every chord. And then you can play with those chords. Make this into an array. You can do like 2 to 4. So basically, these 2-dimensional arrays can still work with all these other list functions that you can apply on them, so you can shuffle all this around if you want. So the order is different every time you evaluate. Or you can decide to add some values to it. Add a 0 or a 12, like every chord. Etc. So you can like start with the chords and then expand from there. But then, of course, if you want to reuse these chords, like for example, you decide, okay, I also want a regular synth, so monophonic. Then this will, of course, introduce some issues because you have this 2-dimensional array and the monophonic synth doesn't know what to do with the 2-dimensional list. What it actually does by default, if you decide to not bother and just put it in anyway, what will happen is that every time it sees a 2-dimensional array, or an array on the spot where it was one note supposed to be, it will randomly pick any of the values in that array. So something happens, and And this could be interesting to make a bit more randomness in the progression as well. But some other thing you could do is you can make a list, I'll call this melody, and then I'll just flatten the chords. So this means that what was first a 2D array is now a 1D array. Let's also put the melody in here then actually, otherwise we're not even listening to it. So this flat function allows you to get rid of the entire second dimension, and it just places all the notes in one dimension, so it can actually sequence them in time. Right. So this is the new polyphonic synth, and the same works also for the poly sample, which is also new. So this allows you to do pretty much exactly the same, but with samples that are already part of the library, or samples that you added yourself. So all these sounds that are in here, you can play polyphonically, like, I don't know, kalimba. I don't know, is E1? I can't remember. Yeah, look at that, beautiful. So, so we can also play these same notes, maybe quarter notes. And maybe we want to tune it actually to an E. Anyway. So this works for both a sampler or for a synthesizer. Okay. So some other features I've been working on is allowing to send OSC messages from Mercury to other platforms. So you can use Mercury to sequence a whole bunch of things, of course. I'm sure everyone here knows what OSC is, I hope. If it needs explanation, then let me know. So how this works is, instead of making like a synth or a sample, you make an OSC. And you can give this a name. I don't know, my OSC. And you can sequence it. Great. And then you can start sending messages, because this is basically what you want to do. Like, for example, I have an empty max patch here. And if I would have like some saw and I want to use this, then I want to receive some OSC messages. And in this case, by default, it receives it on port 2440. So if I would say, I don't know, frac, and then 200, then this will now send OSC messages at quarter notes, synchronized with whatever else you have in the Mercury code. And you can route it in here by saying my OSC / frac. So this should send 200, look at that. At quarter note interval, so you can see it's sending the, it's sending the bang every quarter note. So we could use this to control a saw wave, for example. Oh, this is still connected to my speaker. And then from here on, of course, you can start to also generate lists to sequence all these patterns for the notes or for the frequency. Or you can randomize it, or you can do whatever you want, of course. And you can start creating some rhythmic patterns for it. So yeah, you have to introduce some envelope also, otherwise it doesn't stop. But so we could make that, but I wasn't here to live max patch.
How do you change the port? Or you can?
For now, the port is fixed to this number, but yeah, this is, well, of course you can if you just clone it and change all the code yourself. So yes, you can. But if you mean, can we do this? Set port, I don't know, blah, blah, blah? No, not yet. But yes, that is on my mind, of course, to make things a bit more easy. But you can change it in the code, for sure. And that's maybe also good to note that for now, this feature only works if you run the playground locally. So, because there's also the Mercury version that just works on my website, but that doesn't allow this OSC sending at the moment. So you have to install it locally, npm install, things like that. And then you can go from there. Yeah, so basically the idea is that all these functions that I type here, like some are like reserved functions, so time and play are part of the instrument as sample and synth also have. But every other word, I can just say my new message, 2, 4, 5. And then this will just send something that starts with my OSC and then my new message. And then it's, so you can make any name you want and it just creates an OSC function or an OSC message for that. If you don't want to start the whole thing with this word, then you can just say default. And then actually you can get rid of the whole first tag. And then it just works only with that. The default is basically the same as just doing this as the name. Just like an empty string. This also works if you want to save some characters. Okay. Ooh, 2 minutes. Time flies. So the last thing then maybe that I want to show you is that I've been working on separating the engine that kind of runs in the background that parses the code and starts the web audio, things like that, from the whole user interface that you see over here, like this entire thing. So this is now a separate library on GitHub, the Mercury engine. So you can include just this in your own HTML page and combine it maybe with other things like P5.js or whatever. So for example, wait, do I have the code open? No, I do not. But now I do. So there are some examples in the GitHub, and basically what it will look like. Let's make this a bit brighter. Is that you can include the entire engine just via a script message in the HTML code with a link to unpackage, for example. So this is an npm package. And then you can create the engine in the JavaScript, and then you can send the code and evaluate it. Where do I have that? Like engine.code, and then you evaluate the string of the code, which in this case is this whole part that I have over here. So this kind of allows you to include anything that you programmed as a composition on your own site or on some other place that you like. So in practice, this would look something like this. So this is just one of the examples, and you can just start it. Make the music. And of course, with this also, you have the options to send MIDI messages from your website to whatever you want. And this interface thing is nice to mention because this uses some of the P5.js DOM elements like sliders to control the synths. So you can make some interactive instruments. In the browser with Mercury combined with P5. So how that kind of works under the hood is well, you have to include the Mercury library, of course, but also the P5.js library. Is this readable actually? Maybe one more. Maybe I'll do this and then one more. And then you can include some sliders. And in the Mercury code, if you have an option to include some JavaScript code, which is a little bit of a hack for now, but it works. So this is all Mercury, but as soon as you have a string, and in that string you have the curly brackets, and then you evaluate the JavaScript code, then you can get the value from the slider and use it to control the actual node or control the cutoff frequency in the filter or whatever you want. So this is also potentially open to some security issues. But yeah, if no one knows, then who knows? It will not happen.
We are streaming.
Yeah, oh shit. Shh. No one has seen this.
It's just a show.
Yeah, it's all fake. It's not on GitHub yet. So yeah, this I think we'll have to wrap up because we have to go to an algorithm. But so these are a few of the new things that I've been working on, and hopefully interesting to some. But yeah, give it a try, or if you have questions, I'm here for now. Thank you. And now party.